The track can't be dry. I think they told me they put 10,000 gallon water on it Wednesday, 10,000 Thursday and Friday, and another 5,000 gallon on that track today. So it looks a little dry, you know, looking at it from here, but I'll guarantee you it's got plenty of moisture underneath. 5,800 pounds. Our limited super stocks, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've got 5,800 pound over on the west side.
Where's your drivers at, Doug? We got to keep her rolling. All right, we got the hook. Shake and Bake tractor, Wyatt Robinson out of Luzerne, Missouri. He's got the green light. He's got the green flag.
Folks, you can't hear the distance. We got the big screen down on the far end. You'll pick up that distance quick if you're keeping track. Probably will see him come back.
I'm just guessing, man. .70 if he takes it. Turn it down. They're gonna lighten the sled up. That's the word I got. They're gonna lighten the sled up and let them pull. That's what we like to see. It won't take but just a second to make that switch, but they're gonna lighten the sled up. A little too much weight on for these light limited super stocks. They're gonna let them pull it. The other end. Is that right? The distance will not be up. I thought that was the whole purpose of it. Maybe next year. Yeah, just need more sponsors.
Yeah, all right, looks like my first 5,800 pound modified's pulling in. Going to be Tim Light out of St. Peters, Missouri. Pulling a tractor he calls Tailspin. He's going to set the distance to beat, and he'll be your option puller here in this 5,800 pound modified tractor class. Richard, when's the last time you saw one that actually had all the original tin work and stuff on it?
He's got it in a nice tractor. He's going to entertain you, I promise you that. It ain't his first rodeo, Doug. Look what I got coming in on my side. All right, looks like the option puller now will be Josie Otto out of Meta, Missouri. Blue Fire Express. Here's a sweet tractor. I want to tell you folks, sweet tractor. As we get ready to go over on a 5,800 pound modified tractor, looks like he's getting ready to tighten the chain up. we made the adjustment on my side of the track on the east side. Blue Fire Express, you'll see, will now be the option color after they adjusted the weight. Josie Otto out of Peter, Missouri. Ford New Holland tractor, beautiful, beautiful blue tractor here.
Tim Light pulls a 258.24 over on the west side, 258.24. He's going to turn it down. Going to turn it down. He'll drop down to be your option puller. Hey, just to let you know, up there in the announcer stand, they brought a set of keys. Looks like an Oldsmobile set of keys with a key fob on it. So if you're losing that, I have it up here in the announcer stand.
We made adjustment to the east sled, Blue Fire Express, Josie Otto,
Missouri. The option color. Like you got the green light on the sled, we got the green flag. We're ready to rock and roll here with the New Holland Ford Ford New Holland out of Peter, Missouri.
Super stocks and the light limited super stocks. They're both backwards.
Greg Brown out of Jeff City, Missouri. .16, and I would presume she'll take that full. Oh, she turned it down. All right, I'm wrong there. She turned that down, so she'll be back later. So our option brother will be Capital Expense, Greg Brown out of Jeff City, Missouri. Another international coming in. All right, just got word over on the west side. They're going to go ahead and adjust the weight on that. And we'll start the class over. It'll be first hook in that class. It'll be Red Thunder, Daryl Kisker out of St. Peters, Missouri.
Kisker sets a distance of 326.58. 326.58. We'll see if he keeps it. All right, he's taking that hook, so there's the distance to beat, 326.58. There's our first distance in the 5,800-pound modified class.
All right, looks like we got the green light on this side. Capto spin.
Yeah, not Pike County. What, Pike County's got one? If I got my geography right, and the auto and Meta's in Cole County. Next one over on a 5,800-pound modified, going to be Hillary Justice. Glenn McMahon out of Orange, Illinois. We're going to be the 3.38. Over on Coltrane Energy sled over on the west side.
Well, you talk about a beautiful red tractor. Look at here. Come a long ways. He pulled in here early this morning. Come all the way from the south.
Hillbilly Justice pulls a 272.10. 272.10. Good enough for second place at the moment.
All right, my Kentucky driver's got a 3:22.98 to beat. That's the mark to beat to get yourself first position. All right. Got the green light. Got the green flag. Let's see what our Kentucky driver can do. Alrighty, there's a new leader, 325.90. Alright, we got an Indiana driver coming out, flirting with disaster, Mark Beatty. Tipton, Indiana. That's be the first 8 Alice Chopper we've seen. Got it marked at 325.90 to be.
Hey, over on the 5,800-pound modified side, next hook going to be Family Tradition. Dylan Freaking out of New Baden, Illinois. Dylan's gotten along pretty good with this tractor this summer. You know how I know that, Richard? He's got a pretty active Snapchat account. I believe that's a new look for him this season. Family Tradition, Dylan Freaking out of New Baden, Illinois, looking to beat a 326 and 58.
Mine won't reach out that far to Indiana.
What, your snap?
Yeah, but
It's Illinois.
yeah. Oh, whatever, Illinois. Well, I was thinking Indiana because that's where my next driver's coming in from.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's thinking, well, even old guys snap. All right, looks like Dylan pulls a 326 and 32. Be about 2/10 short. That's about as close as you can get right there.
Both only counts in horseshoes with those, so.
Yeah, but at least I don't. Hopefully, he didn't grenade that motor. Didn't sound like it. Probably a Charger belt. But that's good enough for second place at the moment. For Dylan Freaking, the Family Tradition out of New Baden, Illinois. At distance to beat, still going to be Daryl Kisker with a 326 and 58.
All right, looks like I got my hook on flirting with disaster. Morris Beatty out of Tipton. I'm sorry, he's out of Iowa. Tipton, Iowa. Another mistake. Yeah. Right.
Iowa, Indiana.
Think we might have a new leader there.
Yeah, you better get that right. I bet there ain't no D21 in Indiana that pulls like that.
341.46. All right, Mark Cloud will be next on my side. New generation harvester out of Curryville, Missouri. Sweet little international tractor. Boy, he's got his work cut out for him. 341.46 to beat. Oh, Ben's driving tonight. Okay. I'm sorry. Ben Cloud will be the driver. Nevertheless, he's still out of Curryville. Bowling Green. St. Clements.
What are you going to say? Only knock on him's his father-in-law?
New generation harvester is what he calls his tractor. Points champion up to this point. Got his work cut out tonight at a 341.46, I can tell you that. Looks like you're going to go for me, Doug.
Yeah, looks like next hook in the class going to be Ramrod. Neil Roberts. He'll be looking to beat a 326 and 58. Looks like Ramrod's out of Mount Sterling, Illinois. Another Illinois tractor.
All right, here comes that new generation harvester coming in. Ben Todd out of Curryville, Missouri, 341.46. Mark the beat. .06 will be the distance for Neil. Good enough for third place at the moment. So it's going to be rocking on red, Denise Ollendorf out of St. Peters, Missouri. All right, looks like Ben Todd's got to do it. That's the green light. He's got it now. 341.46 to beat. To beat Ben Plott out of Curryville, Missouri.
Whoa, that wasn't good. Bad lick for Ben tonight. Not sure what happened. 75.32.
Well, I'm not sure what took place there with Ben Plott from Curryville, but it wasn't good. 275.32, and I guarantee he's capable of doing a lot better. Bulletproof, not. Zach Goller out of St. Thomas, Missouri. He'll be the next driver to go. Still looking at 341.46 to get himself in first position. Got a set of keys at the announcer stand if you've lost them. Looks like a Ford. Got an automobile key and it looks like a house key on it. We got the fob right up here in the announcer stand if you lost your key. It is a Ford. It's a Ford key. found down by the concession stand. Incidentally, I need to tell you about that. The Cattlemen's Association cooking down there got a lemonade stand too. That is the 4-H Foundation's got a lemonade stand. So go down and get you something to eat or drink. You're gonna have plenty of time to do that. So, all right, we got the first Minneapolis Moline here tonight. St. Thomas, Missouri. Zach Goller, bulletproof knot, looking at 341.46 to beat. He'll be the next driver to go.
Over on the Coltrane Energy sled, next to it going to be Rocket on Red, Denise Ohlendorf out of St. Peters, Missouri. Still looking to beat a 326 and 58, set by Daryl Kisker.
Well, those Ohlendorfs have been pulling out of St. Peters, Missouri for years and years. There's a nice little old tractor. Looks like it got H metal on it, H International metal, doesn't it? God, you couldn't ask for better weather, my gosh. Then a cloud come up on over to our west, so we're not looking at the sun in the eyes. Looks like you're going to be on first, Doug.
Yeah, we got the green light. We got the green light.
St. Thomas, Missouri can do. Got a 3:41.46 to beat to get in first position. Zach Goller, bulletproof knot, Minneapolis Moline. Got any Minneapolis fans here tonight? Got one sitting on that tractor. Still looking at a 3:41.46 to beat. We got a 3:41, a 3:31, a 3:25.
Tim Pike out of St. Peters should round out the class. All right, Cole Shaw out of St. Peter. .32, 268.32 for Cole Shaw.
All right, we got the first John Deere coming in on my side of the track, Bill Heineck. He comes out of Eddyville, Iowa, driving a tractor called Possess. Still looking at a 341.46 to beat. But he made a good hook. 330.38. 330.38. We got another Iowa driver coming in out of Oskaloosa, Iowa. Craig Hall, International 656. He'll be three drivers to go. We should see the Ford New Holland come back.
All right, Tim Light. Remember, he started his class. They went and reweighed the sled. Tim Light out of St. Peters, Missouri. He's going to round out this 5,800-pound modified class.
Look like you got the mini rods coming in over there, Doug.
Not sure what's going on to shut her off.
I believe I'll be going for you. Oskaloosa, maybe not. You got her fired back up.
Trying to make sure everything's right. He's got a 326 and 58 to beat.
We need to get you guys off of the track down at the east end. If you're not with a puller, you need to get off the track. Or they're going to halt it momentarily. You need to clear off the track if you're not with a driver. Got to do that for safety reasons. All right, you might go on. Again, if you're not with the driver, you need to clear the track.
298.18. 298.18.
All right, looks like my driver's got his hook. He got the green light on the sled, waiting for the green flag. Out of Oskaloosa, Iowa, Craig Hall. International 656.
That's going to be it for the 5,800-pound class. Your winner is going to be Dale Kisker out of St. Peters, Missouri. Second, Dylan Fraking out of New Baden, Illinois. Third, Neil Roberts. Fourth, Denise Ollendorf. Fifth, Tim Light. Sixth, Glenn McMunn. And to round out your class, Cole Shaw. What'd you think of that 5,800-pound modified class, folks? Give them a big round of applause.
All right, looks like got the green light and the green flag. Oskaloosa, Iowa driver. Still looking at a 3:41.46 to beat. First position. International plan, go. Pulling back, get a new hook, new gear maybe. Feel quite right about that start. We got to clear people off the track if you're not supposed to be there. All right, maybe we'll try it again. Oskaloosa, Iowa driver, Craig Hall, International 656. By a long shot he did. 354.34. You got an international driver out of Oskaloosa, Iowa, big air. What a hook he made. All right, bad idea being next. Cole Robinson out of Lucerne, Missouri. Another Robinson driver out of Lucerne. Got two of them in this class. Then we should see our option puller, Miss Josie Otto, coming up to round out the class. 354.34 is going to be a hard distance to beat.
Looks like over on the west side, we're going to have mini rod tractors. Looks like going to have about 7 hooks. Take a minute to get everything ready to go over on the west side. looks like we're ready to go. Going to be Thunderstruck 2.0, Donnie Jasper out of Washington, Missouri. He's going to be your option puller. Start this mini rod tractor class. Light supers, if you were not the option puller, you need to move your stuff to the trailers. You're blocking down on the north end. He's going to turn that hook down. He'll drop to the bottom of the class. So we'll turn down to 308.64.
All right, looks like about ready to go on my side of the track. Craig Hall out of Oskaloosa, Iowa. No, wrong. Bad idea. Cole Robinson, Lucerne, Missouri. Then we should see Josie Otto back. International fans are ready. There you go. You just saw a new leader, 356.40. The cooler it gets, the better they run, Doug. All right, I should see Josie Otto up next in my class to round out this class.
I don't know. She's still down here on the other end.
Is she?
Yeah, she's still down here on the north end.
Well,
but she's getting on there.
Okay. I didn't think anything went wrong or left.
No, we got a traffic jam back here.
Oh, I got you.
Need to put a roundabout in.
That's the reason she's not here. She can't get through the traffic. Guys, take your tractors back to the trailer, please.
Well, not just that. They're lining up for the next class. They're being patient, so it ain't their fault. They're going to take her around the other way.
Okay.
That's what I hear.
Okay.
Meanwhile, my next host is going to be Wired Hot, Mark Shaley out of Tremont, Illinois. He's going to be setting a distance to beat in this mini rod class over on the Hot Shot Secrets mini rod X Factor sled. Well, looks like that's going to be all for him. That's definitely not the run that he wanted. A 151.56. 151.56 is going to set the distance to beat. Definitely not the run that he wanted. Yeah, folks, put your hands together. He come all the way from Illinois. No, that's not the run he wanted to make, but that's the run he got.
I got you. Wyatt Robinson, you saw him first in the class. He wasn't the option puller. They went back and weighted the sled, shake and bake. Wyatt Robinson, Lucerne, Missouri. So he'll be the next driver, followed by the option puller, Josie Otto. Josie. All right. Wyatt Robinson, 354.34. 3-4 to beat.
You've struggled with Josie all night long.
Just pulled himself in second place behind a 350.640. He pulled a 355.80. 355.80. That put him in second place. So we got 3 internationals, top 3 places. 2 of them out of Iowa, 1 out of Lucerne, Missouri.
Well, I was going to make the comment earlier over on the other side. I thought the track maybe went away a little bit, but your side's not proving it at all. Next mini ride hook's going to be One More Bad Habit. Dominic Pekka out of Union, Missouri. Going to be looking to beat a 151 and 56. One More Bad Habit. 296.14 for Dominic, 296.14. He's going to set the mark to beat in the mini rod tractor class.
All right, here'll be the last driver to go. Still looking at a 256.40 to beat. Josie Otto out of Meta, Missouri, Blue Power Express. She'll round out the class. Got her work cut out. She's capable of doing it. Doug, there comes another tractor in.
All right, fortune off the stand, get ready. He's got a green light, green flag.
Shut her down. I didn't think she was done. Still made a good pull. I think 344.16.
I think she was headed for the out of bounds. She shut her down.
I got you. All right, first place went to Shake and Bake, White Robinson with a 355.80. Second place went to Blue Power Express, Josie Otto, Meta, Missouri. No.
Zach Jasper out of Washington, Missouri on Thunderstruck. He's going to be your next puller.
All right, we'll get this right. Lucerne, Missouri, 356.40. Cole Robinson, second place. Shake and Bake, White Robinson, Lucerne, Missouri, 355.80. Third place, Craig Hall out of Oskaloosa, Iowa, 354.34. Next was Blue Power Express, Josie Otto, Beta, Missouri. Next will be Flirting with Disaster out of Tipton, Iowa with the AC 341.46. Next place went to Bulletproof Knot out of St. Thomas, Missouri. Next, Possessed, Bill Heineck out of Eddyville, Iowa.
And 14.
All right, the Bruiser was next out of Kentucky, 325.90, capital expense, Greg Brown. And to round out the class, New Generation Harvester, Bad Luck Tonight, Mark Brown out of Curryville, Missouri. Nice class of limited super stock tractors.
All right, Zach Jasper pulls a 318.02, 318.02, new leader. Zach Jasper's distance was 318.02, 318.02.
Folks, get ready for the 8500 limited pro stock tractors on my class. We have, looks like 20 hooks in this class. We got them out of Illinois, we got them out of Iowa, we got them out of Missouri. We got them out of Oklahoma.
Okay, next hook in the mini rod tractor class is going to be Carter Stuckey out of Fairview, Illinois, on a tractor called Silly Old Rabbit.
It is going to be good.
220.90 for Carter Stuckey out of Illinois.
All right, looks like we're adding some weight to the sled on the east side of the track. Getting ready for the 8500 limited pro stock tractors. Minor Disturbance will be the first tractor. Brian Arnold out of be an Illinois driver. Driving a John Deere, he'll be the option puller. Starting out this 8500 limited pro stock tractor class.
Next hook it over here in the mini rod tractor class going to be Zach Jasper out of Washington, Missouri with Thunderstruck 3.0. Be another tractor out of that Jasper stable. Should have 3 more hooks in this class. Looking to beat a 318 and 02, 318.02. Set by Zach and the original Thunderstruck. Looks like he's spotting that sled, a little different spot than he did with his last tractor. Gonna look for some new real estate to beat his 318 and 02. .18. Not going to beat his last distance he set, but good enough to put him in second at the moment. Next one's going to be Lance Shaley out of Monmouth, Illinois. Tractor he calls High Voltage.
About set on the 8500 limited pro stock tractor. Minor disturbance, Brian Arnold out of Scioto, Illinois. He'll be the option puller. He'll be the first puller in this class. A lot of good hooks in this class. All right, we got the green light. We got the green flag. Let the big boys roll. John Deere fans, get ready. Here's your option puller. You're watching 8,500 pound limited pro stock tractors. Turned it down, didn't he?
Yep, he turned her down.
Yep, he'll be back later. All right, Destructive Deer will be up. Johnny Witt, he's out of Underwood, Iowa. Be the first official hook. He'll set the distance to beat. Got 4 John Deeres in a row here on this class. And we're going to hit the red tractors for a while.
Lance Shaley out of Monmouth, Illinois. Tractor he calls High Voltage. Be looking to be the 318.02. He's going to be the last opportunity to knock a Jasper tractor out of the lead. Donnie be rounding out the class with Thunderstruck 2.0. Them. 314.24. It's going to be good enough for second at the moment. 314.24. Knocks that Thunderstruck 3.0 down a notch. Last hook in the mini rod class going to be Donnie Jasper out of Washington, Missouri. That Thunderstruck 2.0. He was your option puller.
All right, looks like I got the green light and the green flag on my side of the track on the east side. 8,500 limited pro stops. Johnny Witt out of Underwood, Iowa. Be trying to set the mark to beat. John Deere fans, get ready. They're gonna turn him loose. Next from Martinsville, Missouri. We just saw a 327.26. 327.26. That's the mark to beat. Martinsville, Missouri driver. Got it. Michael Niemeyer. He'll be up next. Donnie Jasper, he's going to round out this mini rod tractor class, Thunderstruck 2.0. Be looking to beat that 318.02 set by Stablemate. Gotta like that one. Yeah, that's no doubter. 345.34, 345.34. All right, that's going to be your class. Winner going to be Donnie Jasper. Thunderstruck 2. right, looks like Marthasville, Missouri driver Michael Niemeyer's got his hook. Got a 327.26 to beat. That's the mark to beat. Marthasville, Missouri. Got the green light and the green flag.
Yeah, so the winner in that mini rod class, Donnie Jasper. Second going to be Zach Jasper. Third place, Lance Shaley.
We got Monmouth, Illinois. Fourth, Zach Jasper. Fifth, Donovan Pekka. Sixth, Carter Stuckey. Rounding the class, Mark Staley. Folks, that's your mini rod tractor class. Put your hands together. Well, all right.
New mark to beat. 341.92. All right, next driver will be out of Columbia, Missouri, Steve Bell. Rhymemore Express calls his tractor. Another John Deere.
Over on the west side. In a Coltrane Energy, we're going to have the lightweight super stock tractors. Going to have 14 hooks of some of the best iron in the country over on the west side in a lightweight super stock tractor class. Got them from Missouri, Kansas, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Nebraska.
All right, Clubview, Missouri driver will be up next in the 8500 Pro Stock Tractors. Steve Bell, Rhymemore Express.
All right, looks like going to take a minute over and reweigh the Coltrane Energy sled, put some more weight on it.
All right, looks like we got the green light on the sled. Got the green flag. He'll be the third official hook in this class. Looking at a 341.92 to beat.
Clubview, Missouri driver Steve Bell. He's the next driver to go.
Good enough, 337, but a heck of a run. 337.92. All right, Demon will be the next driver, Glenn Goss, out of Columbia, Missouri. We're going to change colors. We're going to red. Red tractor's hot tonight. You saw in that last class, in that limited pro stock class. Got a little pause in action on the west side. Had to bring back in the big sled for the big boys. So we'll be going next on the east side of the track from Columbia, Missouri. Glenn Goss driving a Demon tractor. Be the first red tractor in this class.
First hook in that lightweight super stock tractor class going to be Mike Novinger out of Shelbyville, Missouri. Tractor he calls Little Dominator. He'll be followed by David Daugherty out of Paris, Missouri, the high-priced hooker, driving another international, big international. Just saw a 3:46.50, put himself in the lead. That was Steve Goss out of Columbia, Missouri. Big mark to beat. We'll see it though, I guarantee it. Tell you what, folks, this is a nice tractor out of Paris, Missouri. Let's see what he can do tonight. He's got his work cut out of. He's got the capability of doing it, though. David Daugherty out of Paris, Missouri. Don't forget, 3:46.50 is what we're looking at.
All right, green light on the sled for the Paris, Missouri driver. He's got the green flag. Let's see what he can do. Nice tractor.
Nice looking tractor. James Darty out of Paris, Missouri. Looking at the 346.50.
Not going to be good enough, but a respectable run. All right, we got Andrew Toki will be up next. Wife's Nightmare out of New Haven, Missouri, driving another red tractor. He'll be the next driver to go here in this 8500 limited pro stock tractor class. Still looking at a 346.50 to beat. My God, these tractors running good tonight. This cool weather, you couldn't ask for a better night for a truck and tractor pull. So glad all of you come out. We've been announcing some of our sponsors, gold sponsors, Robinson Heating and Air Conditioning, Next Gen Agronomy Solutions, Kobe Weller, Fix Fiber, down there at the Balls, Missouri, Aldrine Oil Company, Ag Venture, Waymire Seed, Diamond Key Custom Application, LLC, Hat Vermeer Sales, Ennis Epplman, Randy Stuckensnyder. You'll see later in this class, I think. No, I'm wrong there. No, he's heavier. Silver sponsored B. Hagedorn Racing Engines, Aldrine Insurance Agency, Aldrine Vet Clinic, Martin Equipment, Matt Diamond Key, Mama's Heating and Cooling, PC Satcom Incorporated, Pearl Motor, Poet, Roth Farm, Rural Missouri Insurance Services, Lori Diamond Key, and M&M Golf Cars. All right, looks like we got our driver coming in out of New Haven, Missouri. Andrew Toki, been around a long time. Good running international. New Haven, Missouri. 346.50 to beat. All right, looks like we're about ready to go on this side. 8,500 pound limited pro stocks. New Haven, Missouri driver's got the green light and the green flag. Let's see what he can do. Looking at 346.50 to beat.
Good running international tractor out of New Haven. Turning loose. He's got the light. He's got the flag. He's got the throttle.
.64, is that correct? 342.64. All right, looks like Andrew just pulled himself in second position. Chris Switzer out of Excella, Missouri, be the next driver. Calls his tractor the bullheaded. Excella, Missouri. All right, Excella, Missouri driver. He's not red, but he's IH. Chris Switzer looking at 346.50 to beat. Can everybody hear all right on the west side? You good? Thank you. Thanks to DC Electronics, Dustin Creed. And the young farmers, they've added more speakers this year, so everybody can kind of keep track of what's going on throughout the night. So we appreciate Dustin and his crew for getting us set up tonight. Everything sounds good from this point. All right, Doug, are you set on your side? You've had a long break. Excella, Missouri driver be up next, Chris Switzer. Bullheaded. Got the green light and the green flag. We got the gold juice coming on.
What do you do?
Got 3 something.
Looks like he took a little bit of different route, trying to find some
333.08. Respectable run. 333.08.
All right, looks like we're still working her over on the west side. Don't forget, we got lightweight super stock tractors. Like I said, got 14 hooks in that lightweight super stock tractor class. Be well worth the wait. First hook going to be Mike Novinger out of Shelbyville, Missouri. Tractor he calls Little Dominator. John Deere. You guys aren't familiar with him. You're going to be, could be a...
All right, we'll have family tradition number 2 coming in. Taylor Waddell, he's out of Davis City, Iowa. He'll be the next driver to go. She'll be the next driver to go. Davis City, Iowa, looking at 346.50 to beat.
Most tractors over on my side going to be alcohol.
About ready for you to start. I've had the show for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Pretty excited.
Plenty heavy, looks like.
.247.14. Let Mike take. Yep, with alcohol, it's going to be kind of hard to see if there's fire underneath there. Let's see if Mike takes that hook or not. All right, we're official. Mike's going to take that hook, 247.14. He must be afraid he got a little damage underneath there.
I hate him. This is why Chloe will never like you.
Yeah, let's put your hands together. Very capable tractor, definitely not the run that he wants. National contender for sure. He's going to leave here with a 247 and 14. Hopefully whatever happened underneath there was minor. Next hook going to be Colton Whitworth out of Worthington, Missouri. He's pulling a tractor called Nano Yield.
All right, I'll be looking at a David City, Iowa tractor, Taylor Waddell.
Family tradition number 2. Within 346.50 of the lead. We got the green flag. We got the green light. Let's go pretty good.
Missouri. Family tradition dropped the last. I failed to mark that. That was Jay Schaefer out of Troy, Missouri. Let's get his distance. Second time around. .42 for Jay Schaefer, 3:44.42. That looks like that pulled himself in second position. Good run there. Family tradition number 2 dropped down to last out of Davis City, Iowa. We're looking at Chris Neeson out of Lewistown, Missouri, blue-blooded. Be the next driver to go. Be looking at 3:46.64 to beat. All right. Jay Schaefer just pulled himself in second position. Second time around. Nice tractor out of Troy, Missouri. Been pulling it a long, long time. Pulled a 3:44.42. Next driver will be out of Lewistown, Missouri, Chris Neeson, blue-blooded. Be the second time we've seen the Ford New Holland out tonight. Ford fans, get ready.
Over on the west side, looks like Michael Drexler. Double League Whitworth made it.
Well, that don't look good over on my side. All right, we got the green light, waiting for the green flag. Ford New Holland tractor leads him down the track from Lewistown, Missouri. Chris Neeson got him blazing to go at 3:46.50 to beat.
All right, that looks like 19.004 is going to be the only distance he's going to record. Looked like he got trouble. Let's give him a big round of applause for the little bucked up tractor out of Shelbyville, Missouri.
Not quite what I thought he might have. 339.70. 339.70. All right, we're going to change colors out of New Haven, Missouri. We got an egg go coming in. Out of New Haven, Craig Show, Showy. Showtime number 2.
All right, next up over on the Light Supers, going to be Easton Berger out of Laval's, Missouri, driving an international they call Red.
Oh my gosh, Chloe.
He's looking to beat a 2:47 at 14, set by Mike Novinger out of Shelbyville, Missouri. Easton Berger out of Laval's, Missouri. $228.84 for Easton Berger, 228.84. Rough start for these Light Supers.
Looks like Alice Chalmers got his hook out of New Haven, Missouri. Craig Showy, Showtime number 2.
Looks like they're waiting on a pull-off tractor over on my side.
Filling out of 3:46.50.
Not good. Next driver will be Brian Gerling out of Berger, Missouri. Family Tradition. Going back red. All right, looks like Brian Gerling's coming in with his international out of Berger, Missouri. Still looking at 346.50. That's the mark to beat. Go.
You look what just pulled in over on my side. Dale Haug out of the Big Temptation out of Centralia, Kansas. Looking to beat a 247 and 14. Fire tractors from Kansas, been around a long time. Tough running iron out of Centralia, Kansas. Dale Hell got a driving the Big Temptation, looking to beat a 247 and 14.
I walked over here to take a video. Grandma don't want it to go in.
Back over on the east side of the track out of Berger, Missouri, Brian Gerling, Family Tradition. Driving a big international, still looking at 346.50. Looks like he got the green light. He's made his hook.
279 and 14, that's a distance to beat. 279 and 14, set by Big Temptation. Kind of tough coming out of the hole. I don't know what's going on down on that end. All these tractors struggling just a bit.
All right, we're ready to go on this side of the track. Berger, Missouri driver, Brian Gerling, Family Tradition. All right. right, 355. Let's hear it for him. 355 and 5-4. .355 and 5-4 was the distance. All right, Andy Cowell driving a tractor out of Eugene, Missouri. Chaos, he calls his tractor. They got the mark set now to beat, I promise you that. He's got an international medal, he's not red. Got a good run, probably not going to be that 355, but nevertheless. Missouri be the next driver to go. Night moves, he calls his tractor.
Next hook over on the west side, going to be Little Temptation. Elmer Howe out of Centralia, Kansas.
See what he can do tonight. Got a 12-mark lead. 355 and 54 lead.
side. Took just a second to get the Burning Daylight off the track. My next hook going to be Elmer Howell out of Centralia, Kansas, and then Little Temptation. Going to be looking to beat a 289 and 66.
All right, I'm talking about a local hooker out here, hooking on Fulton, Missouri. Night Move. Yeah. Night Move, Don Hartmeyer, Fulton, Missouri. Got a 355.50 speed.
not quite there. 3:53, but it's good enough for second place right now. 3:53 and 44. Wow, what a hook. All right.
Richard, I look back, see that little Temptation tractor over on my side?
Yeah.
I got a picture of Trent sitting up in there in that seat back for 2017.
All right, again. Birchmeyer pulled a 3:53.44. Pulled himself in second position. Josh Hanna will be up next out of Bocow, Missouri. He's driving an international. He'll be the next hooker on the 8500 Limited Pro Stock. We're getting down to the end of this. Man, what a group of tractors we've seen over here in the 8500.
.60, 261.60.
He probably lost enough heat there to heat your house all winter, you know.
I'll tell you what, it's tough on my side.
Yeah, it's, that track's tight over
I don't
there,
know if
man.
it's the track or the sled, but it's not working very well for these alcohol tractors, I'll tell you that.
Kay Woods coming to be up next. Josh Hanna out of Bocow. Missouri. Anybody know where that's at? B-O-L-C-K-O-W. You know where it's at, Doug?
If I don't know where it's at, I usually just say it's south of Jeff somewhere.
Is it south?
Hell, I don't know. I just said, if I'm guessing, it's south of Jeff City.
Is he right or wrong?
Right at about 50% of the time.
Seriously, if you know where it's at, tell me. I don't have any idea.
Well, let me Google that for you.
Okay. Okay, in the meantime, he's getting ready to pull. He's got a 3:55.54 speed Look at that pull, would you? .40. Of it too. All right.
Let's call it North Savannah. Hell, I wasn't anywhere close.
Savannah.
North of Savannah, off of 71, south of Maryville.
Okay.
You can't really get there from here.
Can't get there from here. All right, my next driver will be out of Atoka, Oklahoma, folks. Keith Sutherland. Still looking at a 3:55.54 to beat. He'll be followed by the Devil Dog out of Middletown, Missouri, then another driver out of New Haven, then a driver out of Columbia, Missouri, and then we'll see the option puller come back.
Our next driver going to be David Easteb out of Franklin, Indiana, driving a Eaton Dollars Alcohol Edition. Be looking to beat a 289 and 66. upset by that Berlin Daylight tractor.
Boy, you talking about a nice red tractor coming in out of Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Still digging. Let's see how he's gonna have to dig tonight to beat the mark.
355.54. Folks watching 85 tractor. Get down to the end of the wire. Here comes the road. And he says right at the end.
.32. It's going to be off for him.
Yeah, let's put your hands together for the Eaton Dollars. Out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Keith Sutherland, and he pulled a 338 and 44, 338, 44. All right, Chase McCurdy will be up next out of Middletown, Missouri. Devil Dog, he'll be Middletown. Here next up here in 8,500 limited pro stock. My next puller going to be Bryce Terry out of Gallatin, Missouri. That D21 they call high strung. Another good-looking D21. D21 on alcohol. Bryce Terry out of Gallatin, Missouri. Driving a tractor they call high strung. Working them hard tonight, boys. I tell you what. 288 and 12, 288.12. It's going to be good enough for second place. All right, looks like my driver from Middletown, Missouri, Chase McCurdy. Devil Dog, he calls his tractor. He'll be the next hook. Still looking at 355 and 54 to beat.
Tell you what, looks like my driver's having to work a hell of a lot harder for their distance than yours.
Well, that's just the luck of the draw tonight. Not sure my track this side might working better for my drivers. All right, we got the green light.
Green light on the set. Green light down the track.
From this point of view. 344 and 6. 344.06. All right, Missouri Mule will be coming up. It's Alan Shear out of New Haven. It'll be his first rodeo tonight. He's driving a John Deere. Always puts on a good show.
My next driver going to be Mike Heiser out of Marine, Illinois. Case of empty pockets. Look like another tractor on alcohol. He's going to be looking to beat a 289 and 66. That's going to be good enough. .265.36, 265.36 for Mike Heiser out of Marine, Illinois.
All right, Alan Shear's got his hook, and he's got the green light, just waiting for clearance down the track. See what this big John Deere out of New Haven can do. Trying to beat that International. It's got a 355 and 5.4. All right, looks like we're ready to go on the east side of the track. 344 and 70. 344.70. So Mark's about to shut them down.
Looks like gonna be the last John Deere on my side. Corey Schluter out of Carrollton, Missouri. John Deere tractor he calls barn burner. Corey Schluter out of Carrollton, Missouri. Be a stablemate to the old Grand River Deer.
All right, looks like we're down to two drivers on the 8500 side. Gabora, Mike Pullman out of Columbia, Missouri.
I don't know, being green and being diesel, we'll see what he can get done. He's got a 289.
66 to get ahead of him.
That's a tough starting line to try to feather your way out of. .46237.46. It's not going to be good enough.
We're going to see Michael Pullman, and then we should see the Family Tradition tractor that moved to last place out of Davis City, Iowa, and then we should see the option pullers. Or as I tell, down to three drivers in this 8,500 pound limited pro style. Family Tradition out of Davis City, Iowa should be the next driver to go. Taylor Waddell, Davis City, Iowa.
next driver over on the light super is going to be Chris Mintz out of Cortland, Nebraska, at an international they call Hole Shot. Good looking red tractor. Hopefully he can get a bite, might get a good run going. Still looking to beat a 289 and 66 set by that Ford. Mike Philitrue called Burning Daylight. .88, 233.88. Super is going to be Bobby Jones out of Pleasant Hill, Illinois. International he calls Field Sobriety. He's going to be the last international in the class. We'll have one more hook out of Kentucky. We'll round out that light supers.
All right, I'm going to give you the result. I'm going to give you the results of that 8,500.
$222.94. I got one more hook in the class. Go.
All right, I'm going to give you the results of that 8,500-pound pro stock. The Brian Gerling out of Bergen, Missouri, driving international at 3:55 and 5.4. Dalton Hartzmeyer out of Polk, Missouri, in second place, 3:53.48. Third place went to Josh Hanna from Bocow, Missouri, 3:48.80. Glenn Goss out of Columbia, Missouri, followed up with a 3:46.50, followed by Alan Shear, New Haven, with 3:44.70. Jay Schaefer with a 3:44.42. Chase McCarty out of Middletown, Missouri, 3:44.06. Andrew Toki out of New Haven, 3:42.64. Michael Niemeyer, Marthasville, 3:41.92. Michael Pullman out of Columbia with 3:41.50. Andy Coel next. Chris Neeson, Keith Sutherland, Craig Shoei, Steve Bell, Chris Schweitzer, Brian Arnold, David Darty, Johnny Witt, and Taylor Waddell. All right, that concludes that class of 8,500-pound super stocks, or pro stocks, pardon me. And it looks like I'm going into 9,500 limited pro stock tractors. Got a good lineup of them.
soon as we get to the set,
Jerry Bice's exhibition pull. He's gonna pull 260.32.
All right, we're getting about ready to go with the 9500 Limited Pro Stock. Folks, we got a tractor out of the state of Louisiana. He's a rice farm, or no, a sugar cane, I think he told me, where the farm is, and he's close enough to the ocean. So he's southern Louisiana. He was here this spring, made a short run, had bad luck. He got her tuned up and ready to go tonight. Sugar rush, he calls it. Earl Dominguez out of Erath, Louisiana. Let's wish him well, John Deere. Boys, he come a long ways here to put on a show.
Results of your lightweight super stock tractor class. First place, Mark Filiatru out of Cox Creek, Kentucky with the Burning Daylight.
second, Bryce Terry, Gallatin, Missouri. Third, Dale Howard out of Centralia, Kansas. Fourth, Mike Heiser out of Rain, Illinois. Fifth, Elmer Howard out of Centralia, Kansas. Followed by Mike Dodger, Corey Leader, Rick Mann, Ethan Burger, Bobby Hill,
Earl Dominguez out of Erath, Louisiana. 343 and 86. 343 and 86. How about it, officials? Did he take that hook? Huh? He took it? Thank you. 346 and 86. That's the mark to beat. All right. Gage Schott will be out next out of Savannah, Missouri. Old Black Magic. He's been around a long time. Long time. 9500 Limited Pro Stock Tractors is what you're watching. Got a 346.86 mark to beat. Just saw the driver out of the state of Louisiana.
Looks like over on the west side, getting ready to start Pro Stock Diesel trucks. 3.6s. All right, Pro Stock Diesel truck fans, we got the 3.6s over on the other side. Looks like you got 7 of the toughest 3.6 trucks in the country here at Mexico tonight. Put on a show for you all. First hook's going to be Josh Dahl out of Sandwich, Illinois. Driving a truck he calls Thicker Than Blood. He's going to be your option puller over on the west side, the Coltrane Energy Sled. I don't want to forget all of our sponsors. Help put this on. The silver sponsors: Hagedorn Racing Engines, Audrain Insurance Agency, Audrain Veterinary Clinic, Martin Equipment, Matt Dymeke, Moments Heating and Cooling, PA Satcom, and
Colonel Motors Company, Poet, Rock Farms, Rule 30 Insurance, Florida, Heating and Golf Carts. All right, Josh Dahl.
story now on the west side, ain't it? 346.44, 346.44. He is your option puller, and we'll see what we're going to do here. He kept it. He kept it. Josh Dahl out of Sandwich, Illinois. Thicker Than Blood. Maybe all them boys needed was a Cummins motor. What do you think? Next puller going to be Chris Lemke out of Sandwich, Illinois. Truck he calls Kurt. Also want to recognize those bronze sponsors: DC Electronics, Hinky Auction Service, Milan Insurance, Mexico Animal Hospital, George Schaefer Trucking, Midwest Heating and Cooling, South Fork Insurance LLC, Home Bank, Representative Kit Hayden, Bank of Missouri, Becker Family Farms, Bruntgard Ag Service, Central Bank of Audrain County, Commerce Bank, Cruisers Collectibles, Donaldson Excavating, 22 Ag LLC, JF Farms, ADM, and Curac Services. Those are your bronze level sponsors to help bring us the 20th annual Mexico Young Farmers Pull. Chris Lemke backing up to the west side. Sandwich, Illinois, with a truck he calls Kurt. Going to be looking to beat a 346 and 44.
All right, looks like that old Black Magic hooking into the sled. Gage Shotto out of Savannah, Missouri.
Is that the old Black Magic tractor? Oh, the original old Black Magic.
Not as good as he expected, or would have liked to have. But maybe it won't be much. Sound like it could have been a turbo. All right, we got two Ruthless coming in. That's what he calls the tractor, Dustin Ruth. Out of Downing, Missouri, be the next driver to go. Still looking at 346.86.
All right, Chris Lipke out of Sandwich, Illinois. Dodgy calls Kurt.
It's cool for that for this time of year.
.36.
All right, we got Dustin Ruth coming in out of Downing, Missouri. Be the next driver to go. 346.86 at mark to beat. $9,500 limited pro stocks. Move your tractor forward, please. Got a roadblock down there somewhere.
All right, going to have another Sandwich, Illinois driver, Josh Dahl, with his second vehicle called Farmer's Nightmare. He's going to be the next hook in this class.
All right, I believe Dustin Ruth got his hook. He hails out of Downing, Missouri. Looking at 346.86. He's made his hook, waiting for the green light and the green flag. Good enough for himself first. 338 and 32. 338, 32. All right, Randy Stuckensnyder. All of you know him. Good God, Randy's been pulling 40 plus years, hasn't he, Donnie? Family Feud. Randy Stuckensnyder out of Martinsburg, Missouri. That's right. Goes back to Randy's dad, Pete. You bet. That's 50 plus years ago. Randy was driving that tractor when he was 10 years old, I do believe. he forgot how either.
All right, over on the west side, Josh Stahl, Farmer's Nightmare, Sandwich, Illinois. Going to be looking to beat that 352. What happened there, Richard? You don't know? Oh, we forgot to put it in tow haul mode. That's it. Yeah, somebody get out and lock his hubs in with it. Maybe the turbo is exiting the chat.
You might have found a rod under that hood, or several. All right, looks like we got the hook on this side. Martinsburg, Missouri driver, Randy Stuckensteiner, Family Feud, looking at 346.86. He's got capabilities of doing it. International fans, get ready. He's got the green light. He's got the green flag. Come on, Randy, bring her down the track, bud.
Josh Stahl pulls a 332.10. 332.10.
Right 30, 328.88. 328.88. All right, we got another Ruth coming in. Douglas Ruth out of Downing, Missouri. Ruthless Binder, he calls this tractor. You'll be the next driver to go. And it's 9,500 limited pro stock tractor class.
I'm sure he probably just goes by that. His mom's probably the one who never called him Douglas. Or his wife, only when he's in trouble. Ask me how I know.
Oh, how you know? When my mother and I named you, I said, we're not calling you Doug, we're calling him Douglas. That lasted about 3 days.
So, speaking for Mr. Root, just call him Doug. All right, Scott Willoughby out of Winchester, Kentucky. Gonna be pulling a truck he calls Interstate Diesel. He's looking to beat a 352 and 36. let's try that again. We're going to give her a go again. Get fired, get out of the hole.
Looks like got the hook on this side. Downing, Missouri driver Douglas Ruth. Ruthless binder. Still looking at a 3, 4, 6, and 8, 6 to beat to get himself in first place.
3:49 and 38. It's going to be good enough for second at the moment. 3:49:38 for Scott Willoughby.
Beat that 3:46.86 that Louisiana, Missouri, or state of Louisiana driver had. What do we have there? A 3:42.20. Is that a 2? 3:42.2. All right, 3:42.20.
Over on the 3.6 Pro Stock Diesel Truck class. Next driver, your only Missouri driver, Matt Penn with the Penn Farms truck. He's going to be looking to beat a 3:52 and 36.
We're going to have another Iowa driver, Tripoli, Iowa. Bill Fingenbaum, instigator, he calls his tractor. Be driving a green one. Trying to beat that other John Deere out of Louisiana with a 3:46.86.
He's looking to beat a 3:52.36. What do you think? 3:58.82. leader. Another Missouri truck takes the lead. Look, Richard, he had mirrors out. That's what did it, mirrors out. Was that a Dooge? Is there anything else? He's from Edina, Missouri. You didn't catch that first time, Wayne? Okay. Yeah, for those of you on the other side, if you didn't get it, it's Edina, because over on this side didn't hear it.
Wayne, you know him, don't you? Yeah. That explains it. All right, Triple E with the driver, Bill Finning Bob. Made a good run. .38. Oh man, that's close. 346.38. And our current leader's got a 346.86. How about that? Ooh. That's 4,800s. That's not very much. Yeah, that much. That's cutting her pretty close, I'd say. All right, my next driver will be out of Honey Creek, Iowa. Got another Iowa driver, Connor Witt. 4620, John Deere. Looking at that 346.86. I got 346.38. We got 338s, a 342.
Matt Penn, Edina, Missouri. The Shy Diesel truck. Following Holden, so you see all the most of these trucks in the 36 class. Lots of it on TV.
Coming up out of Honey Creek, Iowa. He doesn't have a name for his tractor, it's just an old 4620. He done went down the track fast enough, he took all the green shine off of her.
354.42 for Brad Ingram.
He's gonna have to take some more shine off of him to beat that 346.86. He's got the green light, waiting for clearance down the track.
Hey, listen to this, folks.
Hey guys, we have about 50 sandwiches left at the food stand. $4 a piece for pork loin or hamburgers. We want them gone because we want to be done. So come grab some sandwiches from us. Thanks for taking care of us and helping us raise some money for scholarships.
All right, thank you, Clarissa.
Might be in the 340 something.
Just
There you go. 343.68. 343.68.
Just goes to show, paint don't make the distance.
That's right. All right, we got a local driver coming up, old Chad Bruns out of Thompson, Missouri. Stroke in Motion will be the tractor to watch.
My last hook in the 3.6 Pro Stock Diesel Truck class going to be the Trophy Hunter. Ben Schimpf out of Eagle, Wisconsin. He's going to be your last driver. He's going to look to try to beat that 358.82.
All right, Chad Bruns backing up to the sled, old Stroke in Motion right out of Thompson, Missouri. Live right down Route D here. I don't know, 6, 7, 8 miles. He didn't have to drag her too far. Put on a show tonight.
We got one for all show. Everything goes good. All right, Ben Schimpf out of Eagle, Wisconsin, the Trophy Hunter. He's going to be the last hook in this 3.6 Pro Stock Diesel Truck class.
Well, I'm going to back up and try her again. You're going to have to feather it a little lighter coming out of the hole.
It's not
All right, Ben Schimpf.
All right, looks like Chad Bruns out of Thompson, Missouri. He's made the hook, got the green light.
Listen to
What?
this, folks. $3,6,260. He's going to be your class winner. As soon as Chad pulls, I'll give you the rundown of the 3.6 Pro Stock diesel class.
All right, Chad's ready to go.
And still one piece, and he can drive it home.
That's right. 332 and 42. 332 and 42. I really don't think he drove it up here, Doug, but. All right, Bozeman, Steve Bozeman out of Worthington, Minnesota. They've come down here for several years. Special edition. Folks, we got about 3, 7, 8 more tractors in this class, so.
All right, results, Pro Stock Diesel Truck 3.6 class. Your winner, Ben Shemp out of Eagle, Wisconsin with a 362.60. In second, Matt Penn out of Edina, Missouri. In third, Brad Ingram out of Fairing, Illinois. In fourth, Chris Lemke out of Sandwich, Illinois. In fifth, Scott Willoughby out of Winchester, Kentucky. Sixth, Josh Stahl out of Illinois. And seventh, Josh Stahl. Folks, that's your Pro Stock diesel truck class. Let's put your hands together for a whale of a show. Next class over on the west side, going to be modified four-wheel drive trucks. There are going to be 17 trucks in this class from all over the Midwest. All right, looks like he'll make some adjustments over on the west side. Get ready for that modified four-wheel drive truck class. Hey, while we got a minute, want to go ahead and thank our friends of the pool, Accurate Exhaust, American Family Insurance, Chris Crawford, Apollo Toilet Rentals, Audrain Agribusiness, Audrain Ambulance District, Audrain County Cattlemen's, Diesel Power Plus, Fisher Body Shop, Gallagher Insurance, Graffiti, Hart Career Center, Little Dixie Fire Protection, Logan Agri Service, Mexico JC's, Mexico FFA, Mr. and Mrs. Ralph and Tracy Windman, Show Me Credit Union, TPNB Bank, Twillman Feed and Seed, and United Credit Union. Still got a lot of hooks left. Thank you all for coming out. Been an awesome night for truck and tractor pulling.
The show has just begun.
That's
You know
right.
that? My next class after this is going to be the 10,000 Pro Stock Tractor 5.0. We got about 7 or 8 hooks in that. They're going to be mean, I can tell you. They're going to be bad. This ain't too bad here, but they're going to be a big tractors coming in, and they're going to put on a show. So don't run off. I know you're not overheated. All right, Worthington, Minnesota driver, Steve Bozeman. Special edition, he calls his tractor. Be the next driver to go.
Still looking at 3.6 and 86. Yeah, 4.6 and 4.6.
Not going to be good enough.
Yeah, but it's still in one piece. I remember
That's
one night
right.
it wasn't.
Exactly. 319 and 96. Yeah, if I remember right, we got about 80 or 100 foot down the track and everything went to hell, didn't it? Load her up, go back to Minnesota. He brought her home more pieces than he brought her down, I'll tell you that. It wasn't good. It was ugly that night. 319 and 96. All right. Shane Lehrman out of Marthasville, Missouri. Running on red. He'll be the next driver to go. We're going to see a couple IHs, a couple red ones. Then we hit a John Deere, then an International, John Deere, International, John Deere. So we're going to be alternating red and green the rest of the class.
Looks like my first driver is coming over. It's going to be the Southern Belle, driven by Steve Boast out of Pocahontas, Illinois, driving a Chevy. He's going to be the option puller in the modified four-wheel drive class. Steve Boast out of Pocahontas, Illinois. Truck he calls the Southern Belle. .60. 334.60. I'll see if he's going to keep it or turn it down. He's coming back. He's coming back with the turning down at 334.60. Must have saw something I didn't, but 334.60.
I lost the bet on that one.
Oh, I would have too.
We'll see. All right, I got running on red. Shane Lehrman coming up out of Marthasville. Still looking at 346.86. Our Louisiana. Erath, Louisiana driver. First puller you saw in this class, pull of 346.86. He's got the current lead, but she ain't over yet. Shane Lehrman out of Marthasville. He's got the green light. Now we got the green flag and ready to go. Red. And 44.
All right, Lane Thornton out of Gravity, Iowa. Going to be pulling a truck he calls Ramrod. He's going to look to set the distance and beats. And Steve turned down that 334.60. So Lane Thornton out of Iowa. Truck he calls Ramrod.
All right, I got a tough driver coming in, Adrian Cox out of Trenton, Missouri, the old Hickory Hooker. He'll be the next driver to go, that's right. He's got capabilities of doing it to beat that 346.86 if everything goes right. Lane Thornton pulls a 3:15.42. He set the distance to beat. All right, I got Adrian Cox out of Trenton, Missouri, running on red. He's making the hook. Down on the 9500 limited pro stock on the east side of the track. Still looking at a 346.86. And 2.6. 344.26.
All right, next hook over on the modified four-wheel drive is going to be Larry Gerald out of Gallipolis, Ohio, and a truck he calls the Punisher. It's going to be looking to beat a 3:15.42.
All right, looks like Minnesota hauled two tractors down tonight. Mike Bozeman, limited edition. We saw the special edition earlier. Now we got the limited edition. Worthington, Minnesota. It'll be the next hook on this side of the track.
Looks like I got Jim Bosch from West Olive, Michigan in the Midnight Raider. Jim Bosch out of West Olive, Michigan, a Chevy called the Midnight Raider. All right, he's looking to beat a 3:15 and 42. He sets a new mark to beat, 3:28 and 66, 3:28 and 66 for the Midnight Raider truck.
Looks like Mike Bosma out of Worthington, Minnesota, limited edition. Backing up to get his hook. He's got his hook. He's got the green light. And he's got the green flag. Still looking at a 3:46.86 to beat. John Deere fans, get ready. Worthington, Minnesota driver. Shorter than I thought. 3:37 and 84. A little shorter than I thought he might be.
All right, next driver, modified four-wheel drive, Ryan Thornton out of Gravity, Iowa. Truck he calls Backdraft. He'll be looking to beat a 3:28 and 66.
My next driver will be Mackenzie Trinkline out of Jeff City. Trinkline's been pulling for a number of years. It's called the Tractor International 1206. It is what it is. It's a 1206 International.
I think at one time they had as many as 3 tractors running.
Probably you're right on that. Been around a while. You know how to build them. Got a tough road to hoe here tonight, though.
We got Ryan Thornton over on the west side. That Coltrane Energy sled, Backdraft. You got a new leader, 3:31 and 40. 3:31.40. Ryan Thornton and Backdrafts. That's the new mark to beat.
All right, I got Mackenzie Trinkline, Jeff City, Missouri driver, up next with a 1206.
Speaking of 1206, did you see how many of them were up at Rantoul at the half-century progress?
No, I didn't.
I heard over 300 1206s.
Mackenzie's got her hook, Jeff City, Missouri. Mackenzie Trinkline. Still looking at a 3:46.86. 2-2 and 22. 330. 331. Very respectable hook there. 22. Don't forget, we got 3 drivers in the 346. We got a 346.86. We got a 346.68 and a 346.38. How close is that? Game changer. Let's see if he's a game changer. Keith Seidler out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. Changing color to green. Changing color to green here.
All right, got Alan Letterman out of Marshfield, Missouri. Truck he calls Born Again. Looking to beat that 331 and 40.
Keith Seidler coming in out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. Because the tractor's a game changer.
310 and 58. 310 and 58 for Alan Letterman. Next driver going to be Terry Hagedorn out of Thompson, Missouri in the Kicking Up Dust truck. Hey, don't forget, Champion Seed goes the distance with agronomic expertise and a commitment to service like no other. Champion Seed, plant champion, finish stronger. All right, you got the green light and the green flag on the east side.
And 12. 320 and 12. All right, Richard Doug will be up next out of O'Fallon, Missouri against the grain. We're changing back to red on the next tractor. Look, you got a local one here.
That's right, Terry Hagedorn out of Thompson, Missouri. Kicking up dust. Terry Hagedorn, Thompson, Missouri, looking to beat a 3:31 and 40. I don't know, looks a little short from here, but 3:23.14. 3:23.14 for Terry Hagedorn. Be good enough for third at the moment. We'll see Terry later in the class with the gunpowder and lead truck. Next hook's going to be out of Morocco, Indiana.
All right, my next driver to go will be out of O'Fallon, Missouri, Richard Dove, against the grain. Got his work cut out at 3:46 and 86. And 80. 323.
My next driver going to be John Stick out of Morocco, Indiana. A truck called Stick It. Hey, do want to send a big shout out to a lot of our national sponsors. Help put this circuit on, like Hot Shot Secrets. Their Diesel Extreme and their Bad Diesel. You can find them at hotshotsecret.com. It's the official fuel additive of the Pro Pulling League. Diesel injected cleaner fuel system.
All right, I got the Weezer tractor coming in, Keith Myers, Auditorium, Missouri. We're changing back to green. He'll be the last hook in this class. My God, what a... Folks, if you enjoyed this 9500 Pro Stock tractor class, I would think so. Last hook coming up in this class.
right, folks, got a new leader. 3:34.86. Next driver going to be Steve Clem out of Versailles, Kentucky, in that Radical. He's going to be gunning for that 3:34.86, just set by John Stick. But you can't say Chrome will get you home.
3:24 and 6:4. All right, we'll get you the results. What a pull that was. Every tractor made it 300 foot plus. Isn't that amazing? Nobody fell apart real bad. That's amazing. Like went from 319 to 346. That's the range. That's cutting her close. That's all right. Here's your winner. All right, first place went the Instigator, Bill Figgenbaum out of Tripoli, Iowa. Second place, Adrian Cox, Trenton, Missouri. Third place, Harold Dominguez out of Erath, Louisiana. Fourth place went to Connor Witt out of Hunting Creek, Iowa. Fifth place, Douglas Ruth, Downing, Missouri. Sixth place, Gage Shotto, Savannah, Missouri. Justin Ruth, Downing, Missouri. Mike Bozeman, Worthington, Minnesota. Chad Bruce, Thompson, Missouri. Mackenzie Trinkline, Jeff City, Missouri. Randy Stuckensteiner, Martinsburg, Missouri. Keith Myers, Detroit, Missouri. Shane Learman, Marthasville, Missouri. Richard Dove O'Fallon, Keith Seidler out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. And Steve Bozeman out of Worthington, Minnesota. That concludes that class, 9,500.
Limited first time. We'll get ready to go. 10,000 pounds. That's coming out. About 11 drivers.
One thing, these boys have figured out how to get out of that starting hole. .330, 324, 333, 24. Looks like that's going to be good enough for second at the moment. 333, 24 for Steve Clem. Next driver going to be Charlie Miller out of Creston, Iowa, with a truck he calls Foxy Lady. Be another Chevrolet entry in the class. They're all gunning for that 334 and 86.
Make 2-6.
You want to talk? I'll let you have the mic. No. Hey, here's our winner of that 4-1 class.
Yeah, Steve and Mike Bozma, I just want to give my thank you to you guys. You're the ones that told me I was supposed to come down and check this pull-out down here in Missouri. So I come. It was great. Thank you. Nice crowd, nice track, and very good organization. Thank you for everybody.
Hey, we appreciate you. Thanks for making the trip. Thanks for putting on a well of a show for us. Come back next year. Looks like my next driver is going to be Terry Bay out of Mountain View, Missouri, with the Samson.
Also, I want to tell Larry, back behind us here, thank you for Champion Seed, helping with the money fund. Thank you.
There you go, straight from the horse's mouth. Thanks all those national sponsors with Champion Seed. Just like they say, Champion Seed, plant the champion, finish stronger. Also, don't forget Hot Shot Secrets. Looks like that next hooker gonna be Terry Bay out of Mountain View, Missouri, driving a Ford. Got any Ford fans in the crowd?
I never thought I'd see him driving a clown car.
.02 for the Samson truck. Good hook for Terry Bay and the Samson Ford.
Folks, we're getting ready to go on this side of the track. On the east side of the track, the 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractor class, 5.0s. This is a new class added this year. Visiting with some of the boys in the back. They pulled mostly out in Illinois and Ohio, more out east. Really haven't come back out of here in central Missouri much. These tractors running some of them 4,000 horsepower, so get ready. These are big boys coming in. We got 7 tractors in that class. 10,000-pound Pro Stocks.
7 of some of the best Pro Stocks you will find, and they're right here in Mexico, Missouri
That's
tonight.
exactly right. What a great opportunity for all of you that's here to see this class. We got red and we got green. How many trucks you got left there, Doug?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it looks like, if they're all here.
Then what are you running next?
Oh, Pro Stock, diesel trucks, the 2 6s. Looks like it's going to round out my side.
These 7 tractors are going to wind out my side. Cottonmouth will be the option puller. Richard Warren out of Scott City, Missouri. First one will be red.
Oh, look at that 88 series tractor on your side backing
You
up to
bet.
this
Look at that beautiful red tractor. 10,000-pound Pro Stocks. Horsepower you cannot believe right here.
Got Steve Bringer of LaGrange, Missouri, driving a Chevrolet he calls Playing for Keeps.
Folks, you got to appreciate the beautiful red tractor we got coming up, and he's got the green light.
And he's got the green flag. He'll be the starting puller. The option puller in his class, Cottonmouth, out of Scott City, Missouri. As we like to do, big flag is
Two 296 and 88, 296.88. Thumbs up. He took it, right? Yes. All right, there's your hook, 296 and 88. Took the hook. All right, Austin Ritter will be up next, Higginsville, Missouri, driving a John Deere's. John Deere has no name on it. Just John Deere.
Hey, listen to this. 344.64 for the Playing for Keeps truck. New leader. Looks to me about by 10 foot. 344.64. Next puller should be Terry Hagedorn with the gunpowder and lead. Be looking to beat that mark just set by Steve Bringer in the Playing for Keeps truck. Don't worry, Ford fans. There's two tough running Fords back here in the back. Still waiting to come hook.
All right, looks like Austin Ritter's got his hook out of Higginsville, Missouri. We'll get his distance. .319 and 28. 319 and 28. All right, I had a driver out of Parker, Kansas scheduled up next in my class. He's scratched. Must have some problems in the pit area. So Hillbilly Express will be up next.
All right, next hook over on the west side, going to be Terry Hagedorn out of Thompson, Missouri, the gunpowder and lead. Looking to be the 344.64. Missouri. He's looking to beat a 344.64. $336.24, gonna be short, $336.24.
All right, looks like we've got that Hillbilly Express tractor coming in out of Stoughton, Missouri. Tom Mitchell.
Hey folks, we got the winner of the 3.6 diesel truck class, Ben Schimpf out of Eagle, Wisconsin. I'm gonna turn over the mic for just a second. Tell us about your pool, Ben.
Well, actually, the track was actually really good. Came around actually towards the end and made a real nice pass. I'd like to thank all my sponsors, Easley Machine, Rock Diesel, and Premier Fab and Machine. And yeah, thanks for having me here. And great track.
Congratulations, we appreciate you being here. Safe travels. Glad to have you from all the way from Wisconsin, Ben Schimpf. Driving a Chevrolet called Knight Rider. He's going to be looking to beat a 344.64 set by Steve Bringer on that Playing for Keeps truck.
Look, Doug, it's Chevrolet.
That's all right. There's a Ford back here from Herman that I know always puts on a good show. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to put a hex on them.
Looks like we got the green light on the sled, Hillbilly Express. Tom Mitchell out of Stoughton, Missouri.
Applause to the crowd. That's it, Mark.
Things just didn't go right tonight. Sharp run there. A 127 and 4.6.
Brad Hunter and the Knight Rider.
Got the green light. Got the green light.
He wanted to drive through that bounce, didn't he? $316.10 for Brad Hunter out of Salem, Kentucky. But when you travel that far, let her eat, right? Or let her bounce, as Monty said. What do you think, Richard? Been a great pull.
Oh man, and the weather is beautiful.
I mean, what more could you ask for? Great pull, great week. Mizzou Tiger win. A Texas loss. An Alabama loss.
Travis Kelsey got engaged.
Oh, you brought that. Got any Swifties? I'm sorry. Anyway.
Oh, what else good happened? Huh? I've had 19 baby calves in 9 days. That's good. And my grandson Trent sitting up here with me, plays for the Boonville Pirates, and they beat Quincy last night, who were on a 20, how many game streak? 24 game streak, winning streak. So,
Let's go Pirates.
everything's been good this week. The only thing be better if we get a 2-inch rain. After we get done here in about an hour. Doesn't sound like he broke or anything. A 255 and 26.
All right, Ford fans. Dustin Ritter, Herman, Missouri. Ford truck they call Stroker. Looking to beat that 344.64. We'll have 4 hooks left in the class. 2-4.
All right, my tractor coming in, Barn Buddy HD, Chuck Sleater. He's from Carrollton. What? Oh, I'm pardon me.
All right, Dustin Ritter out of Herman, Missouri. Stroker.
All right, you bet. Barn Buddy was the last puller, pulled 255.26. Now I've got to change a Pace HD tractor out of Mendon, Illinois. Brad Begeman.
One tractor left in his class, he'll be coming out of Reedville, Missouri. All right, looks like we're ready to go on with that. Dustin Ritter, Herman, Missouri, Ford tractor they call the Stroker. Looking to be 344.64.
3:22.98, 3:22.98 for Dustin Ritter in the stroker truck.
All right, looks like my international got the hook from Minden, Illinois. Change of pace. Got the green light. Got clearance down the track. Looking at a 3:19 and 2:8 to beat. And 32, that'll put him in the lead. Rich Hill, Missouri is tractor comes from. Cody Yarrick calls the tractor gone. He'll be the last hook in this class.
My next driver going to be Cody Lewis out of Macon, Missouri. The truck he calls Fired Up.
Cody's been around a while, Doug.
Trucks change colors. Yep, Cody Lewis out of Macon, Missouri. .319 and 48, 3:19 and 48 for Cody Lewis.
All right, this will be the last hook in this class. 10,000-pound pro stock tractor. Cody Yarrick out of Rich Hill, Missouri, trying to beat a 3:27. Richard.
You think your Duramax could spin one of them big 5-inch turbos?
Yeah. Am I gonna try it? No.
John O'Horn. The Blue Mule.
All right, we're gonna try it again down here.
All right. Please be back.
Well, they're gonna pull him off, so if you would, give him a hand. He came a long ways, and that's all he's gonna receive tonight. Still at one piece, but he got a little problem there. She's just not quite hitting right.
We'll get the result. All right, the winner of that night's title tournament is
Illinois with a 327.32. Brad Begeman. Austin Ritter out of Higginsville at 319.28. Richard Warren, Scott City, Missouri, 296.88. Chuck Sleater out of Carrollton, 255.26. Tom Mitchell out of Stoutland with a 127.46. And Cody Yarrick, Rich Hill, Missouri, 33.04. That winds it up on the east side of the track. Nice class. We enjoyed having them.
Well, I thought for a moment he had one of them Bluetooth chains, but I don't know what's. Looks like he might be done for the night. Got your winner of your 5.0 tractor class up here. Yeah, I know. He is here. If he'd like to say some words, tell us about his hook. Come on up.
Come on up, Brad Begeman. Comes out of Minden, Illinois.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. First thing I want to tell you. How about your hook tonight?
It felt good. We got here and unloaded the tractor, and we had a cracked injection line. And 2 weeks ago, we started carrying spare injection lines, and our spare didn't match up. So Bobby Jones and Schramix, they had a spare one that fit perfect. So without those guys helping, we wouldn't have probably pulled tonight. But it's just like all the pullers, everybody helps each other out.
That's a good deal. You bet. First time you've been over in Mexico, Missouri, and pulled. New class for us, or for the young farmers here. So we're certainly glad you came out. You put on a good show.
Yeah, we pulled here 2 or 3 times with the 4-1 before we jumped to this class. And yes, thank you to the young farmers for having us. It's a close hook for us. Outlaws have had this class. ITB's had it. It's really coming on with PPL. But young farmers brought in great classes all night. It was
In cool weather, don't they?
Yep. Not too bad for a red one, but yep.
So how's everything over in the great state of Illinois, crop-wise? Are you needing rain like we are in this area?
Yeah, the soybeans are needing a rain. We run a fertilizer dealership, and so I got a lot of farmers that really like to have a rain. 3 weeks will probably be hard. A lot of
option puller, did he better himself? Oh, listen to this. 334.38, 333, excuse me, 333.38, 333.38. We're going to wrap up your modified four-wheel drive truck class. I'll have your results for the west side in that class here momentarily. All right, your pro modified four-wheel drive truck class results are Steve Bringer out of LaGrange, Missouri. Second goes to Terry Hagedorn in the gunpowder and lead with a 336.24. Third goes to John Stick with Stickit. Fourth goes to Steve Bose in the Southern Bell. Fifth, Steve Clem in the Radical. Sixth, Ryan Thornton, followed by Terry Bay, Jim Bosch, Terry Hagedorn in the Kicking Up Dust, Dustin Ritter, Cody Lewis, Brad Hunter, Lane Thornton, Alan Letterman, and John O'Horn. Round out your class. Folks, that's been your modified four-wheel drive pickup class. Put your hands together for a whale of a show. We will have our Pro Street Diesel 2.6 diesel truck class. It's like we've got 9 hooks. That's going to round out our show this evening. If you're not going to stick around and watch this 2.6, have a safe trip. Be safe this Labor Day weekend. Be sure to come back next year for the Mexico Young Farmers Truck and Tractor Pull. But by all means, still got 9 good hooks and a whale of a show to finish out tonight. So Looks like my first driver going to be Tyler Dempsey out of Curryville, Missouri, in a truck he calls Shoot to Thrill. These will be your 2.6 Pro Street diesel trucks. Looks like we'll have a few mixed brands in this class as compared to that 3.0 diesel truck class. We got some Dodge, we got some Fords, maybe a Chevy. Well, looks like we'll make some adjustments over there on the other side. Get ready for those 2.6 diesel trucks. Hey, don't forget those national sponsors that helps put on this Champion Seed Hot Shots Pro Pulling League, like ARP, Mack Trailers, Coltrane Energy, made right here in Missouri. Trent, you got a college football update. North Dakota State was beating K-State at one moment. Who did? Oh, K-State ends up winning that. All right, Shoot to Thrill, Tyler Dempsey out of Curryville, Missouri.
Tyler Dempsey at Curryville, Missouri, Shoot to Thrill. He's going to be your option puller in his 2.6 diesel truck class. He's set Mark B.
Tyler Dempsey, Shoot to Thrill, is going to set the distance to beat. 3:18:30. We'll see if he keeps it. All right, he's going to keep that. We're official, 3:18:30 for Tyler Dempsey. Next truck's going to be a Nebraska truck out of Virginia, Nebraska. Russ Harms. Truck he calls it In Harm's Way. Yeah, Russ Harms out of Virginia, Nebraska, and a Dodge calls in harm's way. He's going to look to beat that 3:18 and 30 set by Tyler Dempsey out of Curryville.
Russ Harms out of Virginia, Nebraska, in harm's way.
Pass 3:18 from up here, but we'll see. .58, 330.58. You got a new leader, your 2.6 diesel truck class. All right, next up going to be out of Hopkins, Missouri, Scott Barkus in the Coal Train. He's going to look to beat a 3:35 and 8. Scott Barkus out of Hopkins. Truck he calls Coal Train. Listen to this, folks. 342.84. Puts 12 foot on Russ Harms. Next up going to be Lane Aldridge out of Excelsior Springs, Missouri, in a truck he calls the Smoking Goat. Lane Aldridge, trucking called Smoke and Go
Down
down
in Excelsior Springs, Missouri. Left toe road to Owen, 3:22.84. Very better at the lead distance. Closing at 3:42.84.
.94 puts over 7 foot on our last distance. These 2-6 drivers have found something in this track. It's coming around. Next puller going to be the agitator, Ryan Turner out of Jerseyville, Illinois, driving a Ford. So we'll see if this Ford, if it's a true Ford or if he's a cross-dresser and got a Cummins under the hood. Okay, this don't look like a Ford. What do you think, Stephanie? What's this? Don't know. I don't know much, but it don't look like a Ford. Oh, I see. We'll get it right here in a second. Who is it? I didn't make a mistake. You still yapping over here. What'd you say his name? Lee Stilt, Jacksonville, Illinois, driving a truck called Privileged. And it appears to be a Chevy, Richard. I didn't screw up. My list shows a Ford.
I don't know much, but I know I don't have the blue oval on the front, so. Move back.
.345 and 3.2 for that Chevrolet. Now, next hook should be Ryan Turner out of Jerseyville, Illinois, in a Ford called the Agitator. This is what I got to go on, but looks like I got the brand right. It is a Ford. Ryan Turner, the agitator. He'll be your next hook here in the 2.6 Pro Street Diesel Truck class. He's looking to beat a 349 and 94. They're going to pull a mini rod on this side. Is that for exhibition? They're going to pull an exhibition mini rod over here on the inside track.
Taking care of that. I done dropped out. Looks like they're pulling a Ranger, pulling a mini rod, pulling a sled. I believe that's Zach Jasper, isn't it? Okay, still waiting on the agitator over on the other side. West side, Pro Street Diesel Trucks, 2-6.
Don't worry about that.
342.96 for Ryan Turner. Next puller going to be Ethan Schneider out of Herman, Missouri. Pulling a Ram truck that he calls Unashamed. What do you think, Trent? I hear a little Billy Joel. We'll have to get Dustin to play some Mr. Brightside in preparation for the MUKU next weekend. right, Ethan Schneider out of Herman, Missouri, Unashamed. Looking to beat a 3:49.94.
Don't worry, I wasn't recording. I was on the other camera. I didn't know what was on. No, just so you know, you weren't even on it. On the phone. We're over 100 away. It was,
All right, Unashamed. Ethan Schneider out of Herman, Missouri.
You got a new leader, 3:53.16, 3:53.16 for Ethan Schneider. Next driver going to be Corey Peck out of Fulton, Missouri, in a Dodge he calls Allied Forces.
3:45.06, 3:45.06. Next hook's going to be Josh Graver out of Martinsburg, Missouri, driving a Ford he calls Holler Hooker. Josh going to be looking to beat a 3:53.16. All right, Josh Graver out of Martinsburg, Missouri. Ford truck he calls the Holler Hooker. 3:53.16.
Better run.
For Josh Graver out of Martinsburg. All right, should have one hook left in the class. Jeff Overman out of Dittmer, Missouri, and a truck he calls the Outlaw. We'll see if that 358 that Josh just pulled is going to hold up. Jeff Overman out of Dittmer, Missouri. he's going to lay up a little short, 356.82. That means Josh Graber out of Martinsburg. He's going to be your winner of your 2-6 class. What a way to finish the night. Get these sorted, and I'll get you your rundown from top to bottom. All right, that's going to be Josh Graber in first. Jeff Overman out of Dittmer going to come in second. Ethan Schneider in third. Lane Aldridge in fourth. Lee Stiltsford in fifth. Corey Peck in sixth. Ryan Turner in seventh. Scott Barkus in eighth. Russ Harms in ninth. And Tyler Dempsey in 10th. Folks, that's your 2-6 Pro Street Diesel class. You've been a fun crowd. Have a safe trip. Have a great Labor Day weekend. Come back and join us next year.